with another game of Geometry Dash. And, you know, after doing 5 demons, I thought, it's time to go back to the insane levels we haven't beat yet. So that's what we're going to do. This level is Hexagon Force. We've tried 321 jumps attempts so far, you know, so not that many. I haven't even played through all of it on practice. I don't remember why I got frustrated with it. It could have been the lights. It could have been anything. It could have just been the way that I felt that day. But we're gonna go ahead and get to it and try to tackle this. Depending on how it goes, you know, we'll see where we go from here. Hello, Orange Froggy. Hello, Cabra. But yeah, we're just gonna. No, not there. So we have the auto checkpoint thing turned on, which I think will be useful for this, because we're really just trying to see what it's like right now, right? And then we'll figure out what we need to target and learn the sections and so on that are necessary. Upside down there, got it. You know, I could probably tell by looking at the colors what's about to happen, but I am not yet that astute. I am not yet that perceptive, and may never be. All right, we need to hit that portal higher and not input when we hit it. And then, oh, bounce there, so you can hit the angle there safely, but it really is. Okay, yeah, terrible. Yeah, I think the dual part was why I quit, probably. Because, like, I didn't do electrodynamics or this, and I think it was the duel where I was just like, whatever, I don't care. I don't want to play this game anymore. All right, so we'll need to practice this part. It's not tricky, I'm just bad, right? Okay, yeah, I remember this, because I was like, yeah, finally a ball section, and then I didn't understand it. And then someone said there are arrows, and then I proceeded to not see the arrows until, like, several other attempts. But I think we'll do fine at this section in the actual runs. I'm not gonna be like I'm better now, but you know I am a stronger player by far, by a pretty wide margin. Than okay, all right. So here's where we would have quit. Yeah, I don't get it. We're just gonna do really. We're just gonna have to practice it a ton, because man, it's not looking good. Rising Angel, what was the level recommendation I chose? I didn't definitively decide on one. I don't actually remember the name of it, but I have it favorited. I feel bad. I played so many levels last night, but it was the one where it was like a long easy demon, an extra long easy demon. There was like a cart with a turtle pulling it at the beginning, and it like went to various fantasy places. And I think that's one I at least want to play more of it. I didn't even finish it up on the stream, and I thought it was super beautiful and really interesting. And I think that's probably what I'll target. But I did want to do the remaining insane levels first. I feel like I don't want to back up the checkpoint to look. I don't remember. It was by somebody, ACLRIX, something like that. I don't remember the exact consonants in there, but it was a name that started with an A and had an L or an R in it, and then an X at the end. They were actually in the stream, I think, but it had like 1.5 million downloads, and I don't remember the name. But it was beautiful. They said they had made it with some of their friends. But there's a couple other ones that I played that were really, really cool. Well, like I said, I don't know if I'll target it, but I do want to go back and play it. And like I that's like at the very least something that I want to finish up on practice, because like in the level request stream, like I felt like I needed to keep it moving, right? And it was taking me a while, but I thought it was just the coolest thing and really, really, really pretty. And I wanted to see everywhere else that it went. But yeah, because we got to do the insane levels unless I give up on them, because you know, for the reasons that you're looking at right now, unless I give up on them. No. No. Oh, man. Terrible. Well, maybe I can just accidentally get through it sometimes. It's going to take me like 5,000 attempts to beat Hexagon Force, isn't it? Oh, man. So bad. But yeah, Rising Angel, we ended up, in the level recommendation stream, we ended up playing like a couple dozen levels probably. Certainly more than 10 overall, including a bunch of troll stuff from people. But some really, really cool stuff. I feel bad for not remembering all of the names, but there were a couple of the creators of the levels that were in the stream, and that was pretty cool. That felt it actually felt super cool to be playing it, and then like for the person to have made it to have been there. But often they were just too hard for me, so I didn't feel like I was able to do them justice. But there was definitely a bunch that I am interested in keeping in mind, and maybe going back to in a future time. Not the troll ones. Hello, Sniper. How's it going? Yeah, so as you see, this is where I gave up. And you can definitely tell why. This is the easiest part? Well, so the lore is, as you may know if you've been around for me talking about it, why I started playing demons was that I played this level and electrodynamics and dash and thought they were too hard, so I was just going to play demons instead. And this is exactly the place I was at here whenever I said I am not going to be able to ever beat this level. But and I'll just we'll just put in 1,000 or so and maybe give up again. Maybe I'm not good enough to maybe I'm not good enough to beat this level yet. Maybe after we beat a couple more demons. Nope. Nope. Start at the beginning of the duel? Oh, this is gonna frustrate you. Alright, so you do this. And then you crash, right? That's how it works. Not gonna lie, it went better than I thought it would. I mean, not well, because we died at the end, but better than I thought it would. And then we crash. You say I've got it down. I must confess that all of that's an accident. You're about to see me probably not get it repeatedly. I was really surprised whenever we did hit it, but I figured I would just shut up in case it actually went better afterward. But it doesn't look like it will. It doesn't look like... it's not as bad as it was the first time I was here, but it's certainly not, tight like a tiger, as Austin Powers would put it. Hold in the dual ship, got it. Oh, I'm so bad. Ah, and then you end up upside down. Is that easier? I guess one of them's always upside down. Ugh. Terrible. Man, so bad. So as you see, this is why I quit. This is why I quit and started the journey of doing demons. It was this exact spot of the map. I've gotten very slightly further, once? But yeah, clearly I am not good enough to beat this insane level, which was the conclusion that I reached then too. But I'm going to keep on doing it fun, not least because it'll be funny if I can't get through this after trying 1,000 times, right? It'll be funny. Oh, man. Terrible. Man, useless. I oh man. Strawberry Blast C4, you're my only friend. Oh no! No! Oh. Well, guess we gotta get there again. It's the opposite of what I wanted to do. Oh man. Yeah, I literally can't get past 40% on practice, dude. And then right back here where I can't do it again. Ah. Okay. Hello, KH. How are you? You're about to see me not do this repeatedly. Hello, Ronan. Hello, Scheller. Yes, I'm so bad. Alright, so it's likely that we'll never beat this level. I might beat 5 more demons for all I know, but I don't know if we'll ever beat this insane level. It might be beyond my skills. Ah, I crashed. Okay. Oh, man. Hey, Evan, how's it going? We are failing at Hexagon Force. That time I looked away, but that is exactly where I die even if I'm looking. So, don't blame yourself. You say the second duel is horrible? Well, then I look forward to seeing you guys here for 7,000 failures at Hexagon Force, which is apparently what we're gonna do. Well, that one didn't work. Alright, so I'm gonna try to do what you want, but again, like, it's not so easy for me to get to the ship part, is it? Ugh. Yeah. I don't know about this. If there's a harder part than this, is it really productive for me to even get to it? Trick question. Can't even get past. I miss Death Moon. You didn't have to do any of this in Death Moon. There weren't orbs in Death Moon. Not that late though. Click late, but not that late. Terrible. Just terrible. Embarrassingly bad. Not embarrassing, that's not the right word. After all, nobody thinks I'm good, least of all me. Least of all me. Yeah, the thing is, I can't put the checkpoint there because I can't get there, right? And whenever I get there, I'm too surprised to place a checkpoint there. Or, like, right there, I thought we were going to do it, but then I died. Alright, so now we have one here. So we can fail here instead. This is excellent. Good stuff. Okay, what? This is so much harder than Death Moon. Ridiculous. You beat Deathmoon in 720 attempts? That's 10 times as good as me. Don't click the X. I don't know what you're talking about. It's probably one of those things that I don't see that's very obvious to other people. I often don't notice very, very obvious details of things. It's a thing people have told me. Finally remember not to click those first two fake ones. Oh, a dual ball section, that'll be fun, or not. What? Okay. I don't... At least the UFO section's very easy, right? I don't get it. What? I don't get it. Well. Hey, Bouncy Block, how's it going? I gotta tell you, man, I don't know about this level. I'm doing real bad at it. I finally beat Deathmoon. And we, did a little level request thing last night and played a bunch of really cool stuff. Got to see some really beautiful maps and get some ideas for what to play next. But a lot of people were like, hey, you should play the main levels. But, man, this seems a lot harder than Deathmoon did, even though I've only, been here for a mere hour or so. But it's not going well. I spent a few hundred deaths at this other dual section earlier without really learning anything about it. Still don't know what's going on here. Maybe Deathmoon's harder. I can't mentally see what I'm supposed to do yet. So it's like, it feels vastly harder than anything I've ever done in the game because I don't even see like a pathway to what I'm supposed to do. Normally, if it makes any sense, I can just sort of like see like what I'm supposed to do even if I can't do it. And here I don't know what it is. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Waiting for the first button to go off in the platform and press twice. Not there, though. Okay. And then another one once you get there. So one here, 1, 2, 1, and then bounce. All right. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's not so bad, right? No, a little early. Yeah, you just gotta wait till you're sure in the air, and then there's a lot of wiggle room on that, isn't there? Yeah, there's a lot for the two bounce timing, and then yeah, that's not so bad at all, is it? No, I mean the next part might be. But I think I'm jumping a little too early there, so we're supposed to. No, too early. Yeah, I gotta. No, and then either one of those will go, but you can probably hit the portal at opposite directions. All right, we'll go a little bit further here then. Oh, haha. Oh, okay, so you can hit that, but it doesn't kill you. It just kills you slightly later. Absolutely. Understood. Hello, Zelik. I was like, yeah, I'm 500 attempts. Look, I'm not very good. You'll notice that if you watch for very long. All right, and then here it's just Oh, no, not like that. Not like that. But yeah, no, I haven't even finished it on practice one time. So, yeah. And this is not the first time I've been here on practice. I also failed to get through it for a couple hundred beforehand. So we're actually probably close to 1,000. Like I said, I'm not very good. It's a thing you'll notice. But I try not to let it bother me. And you should try to not let it bother you. Oh, not like that. Okay. You hit the portal and then drop safely and then just like so. No, not like that. Hit the portal and then don't do anything until right there and then feather up a little bit. Okay. Not like that. I'm too prone to overcorrecting in the duel. So I can just look at one ship, right? Yeah, that's the key. You can just look at Sir Green Blockington and ignore his evil blue twin. I assume he's evil. Yeah, so this, you just got to remember that the other one doesn't even really exist, and it's easy, yeah, because it's a symmetrical path, I think. So, okay, not so bad. There we go. Hexagonist. We have now completed Hexagon Force in practice mode. Well, I gotta tell you, it's probably not gonna get beaten anytime soon. 942 total attempts so far. We're at least, yeah. Well, let's get some normal mode attempts in. Oh, no, that's not how to do it. All right, now that we're on normal mode, we can turn the sound effect of dying back on again, since I should not be dying so often that it'll bother me. But man, on practice mode, it gets all the way underneath my skin, man. It's not like I didn't realize I was dying before, but when you hear it too close together. Pretty bad. And it's like a thoroughly non-challenging ship part, isn't it? There's no... I don't know why. Don't know why I am the way I am. It just feels like I shouldn't die there, and yet I repeatedly do. Probably due to a fault not in my stars, but in myself, and I'm an underling. to badly paraphrase Shakespeare. I crashed again. Ah, no. Hello, Reddy. Hello, Minikman. How's it going? A better question is how many thousand attempts do you think it'll take me to beat Hexagon Force? Because we certainly aren't going to do it before 1,000, right? Do you think I'll do it before 2,000? Pay no attention to the behavior you just saw there. Barring that, I might just give up again. It is slightly less than 1K right now, but I mean, we're at 956. You really want to go for less than 1K? Is that the guess you want to hang your hat on? I'm just playing. It's very charitable of you to point out that I have not yet failed 1,000 times, but I invite you to stick around and watch it. Ah, again. Terrible. I think I'll probably give up before it gets too much over 2K. Because again, like, failing 7,000 times to complete a demon is a fun story. Failing 2,000 times to complete Hexagon Force is not a good story. It's a story that lays bare your incompetence for the whole world, as if the video evidence were not enough. That was like 700 attempts in practice mode, not 200. Sigh. You know, it's fine. It's fine. It's cool. We can just get settled in to saying nice things about the pinkish purple color of the background here as I settle in for another long time of failure. The characteristic of all Geometry Dash play. with very brief punctuation marks of triumph. What percentage go? Well, I've never got past 28% on normal. You're not likely to see me do anything worthy of seeing go, but people wanted me to do it on normal mode for a bit. But I think I'm not remotely ready to actually tackle it. For one, I couldn't describe the entire level out loud to you yet, which is usually my standard for when I think I can beat something. Like the other day, somebody suggested that I practice the end of Death Moon, so I charmingly, out loud, while playing the first third of it and dying repeatedly, described all of the qualities of the last half of Death Moon all in a row, down to the color of the backgrounds, while I proceeded to not beat it for hours and hours and hours. Anyway, I'm nowhere near that on here. I don't even know, what I would say about lots of it. A bunch of it seems relatively easy, and some of it is mind-numbingly difficult, to the point where it makes me question if my human nervous system is in fact connected to what I'm seeing, or if it's all just an imagination. But people said, beat the insane levels. Try to beat the insane levels. And it did sound like a good idea. It was a good idea. It both did sound like and currently sounds like a good idea. Doesn't look like it'll happen, but that doesn't mean that the idea was bad, right? And there is a percentage you'll be likely to see a lot. Maybe 41, but probably just 40. Of course, we hadn't got there yet, but that's where we'll be. That's probably where we'll be forever. I kind of figured we could get there. It's getting past there that I think is going to take a couple thousand attempts. Ah. Blah. Terrible. Terrible. My hardest demon right now is Death Moon. I beat it just the other day. I, however, cannot beat insane levels. They are too hard. Ready for being Extreme Demon? Yeah, my 7,035 attempts on Death Moon qualify me to play a considerably harder level. You're right. I agree. But wait until you see my 5,000 attempts on Hexagon Force. That's not fair, it's just 1,000. I've only failed 1,000 times. Again. A lot of these deaths are frustrating because it's like, if I just was better, then I would be able to get through, right? You know, so if you think about it, I'm the problem. I'm not looking at these sections and being like, man, how does anybody do this? I'm just like, man, I screwed that up again. Like the ship part. Why would we ever be dying there? Or there, where we died earlier? Why would we die there? Ah, forgot to jump there. Blah. You say Death Moon is impressive? Well, thank you. I tried for a long time at it. I was given lots of very gratifying support along the way. When a lot of people wish you good luck, it has like a real effect on your geometry dash luck percentage. Some people don't know that, but it is true. I can't prove it, except that the guy you see in front of you unable to beat Hexagon Force did beat Death Moon, and that could only have happened with some considerable luck. An infusion of luck, if you will. Huh. I do think... I think we're gonna be here a long time. Naturally. Man. Blah. Yeah, I guess it's time to go to practice mode and fail a couple thousand times at all these segments, right? Because there's no point in playing this beginning part anymore. We're solid enough at it, right? Solid enough to where, you know, we can get through decently enough to here. So all we need to do is get better at every other part of the level, like from here on, because we all know that's what I can't do. All right, back to practice. Wait, am I still? Yeah. So bad. It's fine. All right. Alright, so in conclusion, we can do that part. It's this part we can't do. It's this part that we can't do at all. We probably want to turn auto checkpoints off now that we're at a good spot and back it up just a little bit so we can have it like right here, right? No, right there, yeah, because there it's better for the timing sense. And then I can turn the death sound effect off is what I can do. That's that's what I can do. And then proceed to fail a bunch. That'll be what we do. Okay. Yes, indeed. Send all of your good luck wishes to Bouncy Block, a real gentleman and friend of the channel, as he attempts to beat Time Extreme. Great guy, very helpful, super cool. Never bragged about being famous, I just had to sort of work it out on my own. It was kind of funny. But yeah, very, very cool guy, very nice fellow, very helpful to me in my geometry dash journey. Before I figured out practice mode, he like chopped up a level at the part I was having trouble with so that I could practice it. Very nice of him. So I definitely we need this level chopped up here. Right into it. Do it twice, great. Alright, we probably want to focus on the blue one there, because it looks symmetrical. Nope, no, we gotta hold through the bottom one, that's right. It's probably possible the other way, it's just significantly harder. Yeah, Poison, I do remember you. You made those excellent levels. I was talking about the I'd forgotten your name off the top of my head earlier whenever I was talking about some of the creators. But yeah, with those very visually distinct sort of like dragonesque boss fights. Yeah, very cool stuff. If y'all don't know Poison's levels, I don't remember the names of them off the top of my head, which is embarrassing. But they were very cool stuff. If you check them out, I'm sure you'll have a good time. They were very interesting. One of them, I mean, like some of them were a bit too hard for me, but you know, perhaps one day as a stronger player, I'll be able to return to them. Terrible. Made a new level? Cool. We were just failing at this right now, but perhaps at a future time we'll be able to check it out. If I ever beat this, we would do level requests. No, Oh, you can feather both of them under one thing. It's probably not great, though. No, not like that. Hey, that's like several times in a row we got through that orb thing, though, so, you know, it's working. Okay, all of that's free, got it. Yeah, just I'm ready for beating Amethyst's first victory. You know, I played Amethyst last night. Pretty level, nice and purple, like the name would indicate for. Now, I had one problem, I think. The only thing stopping me from beating the level was there's this jump right at the beginning. Just right at the beginning, and I had the most trouble with it, but I am confident that if I could have gotten through it, it would have been fine. But I don't know, because I was stuck at that one jump at the beginning. But you know, it might have been totally within my powers to complete. But beyond that, you know, I think it looked pretty easy, aside from the very first jump that I couldn't do at all, no matter how many times I tried. Yeah, the Amethyst is top one. I did play it last night because people were like, you should play these things that they... Anyway, I tried the first jump a lot, but it just didn't work out, you know, so I thought, you know, if I can just get past that one jump, it'd be fine. Yes, Q, the return of Hexagon Force. Let me tell you, it's not going great. Blah. Yeah, I did actually finish it on practice earlier. I think we got right around here on normal mode. I think like 40% was where we got, which makes sense, you know, because I'm so bad. I knew that I would fail at this a lot. We got the earlier part of the duel down all right-ish, you know, of this one, but yeah, just... But you can't tell that I've gotten past this before because, you know, it takes hundreds of attempts. But you said when you started watching my streams, you're like, why is a 40-year-old man playing Geometry Dash? I'm 38. But yeah, you know, it's fun. I was originally recommended it by one of my friends at work. They're like, I used to love this game. You should play it when you stream. At that point, I was basically only doing Minecraft on this this redo of my channel. Because I've had my channel for almost 11 years now, but you know, it hasn't been active the whole time. But for the last almost year now, yeah, last 11 months since I got this new computer, I've been doing various stuff. And like, I mean, I play stuff that, you know, I want to in various things, but I mean, honestly, Geometry Dash, this is the people love this, right? Like, they are far and away the most viewers I ever get in my streams are for Geometry Dash things, which is very encouraging. You know, like, I don't want to, it's not like I'm playing it when I don't, you know, like, want to play it. I don't, that, look, I I don't do things that I don't want to do so people will like me better. That's sort of like my core identity, is that I'm not capable of that. But it is gratifying to have support and stuff. If nobody was watching, I would have given up on Geometry Dash a long time ago. But it's fun. It's fun to get better, and it's fun to have people, you know, cheer you on as you fail. Because the thing is like, you know, everybody's so supportive, and they you know, they want good things for you, and they get so amped when you do well, and you know, people are like really encouraging even when you do bad. So like, it's a really nice community, I think. And I don't like watch a bunch of, or like truly any Geometry Dash content. I've watched like a couple people's videos and like one of Bouncy's streams where he you know, conquered Sonic Wave and stuff, but it's you know, it's a nice chill community in my experience, and you know, sometimes a little bit of fractious infighting in chat whenever certain topics come up, but you know, that's to be expected anywhere. People's emotions run high, but yeah, and then like, not just the game being fun to play, but especially like the fan-made levels. I mean, not least yours that I got to experience just the other day, but you know, from the very start of my journey, people were like, you should check out this thing, and there was just a couple maps that I played early on. I was just so impressed that, you know, that people made them as essentially mods to the game, and it really, you know, made me wanna see more of it. And even if I don't like become a fine Geometry Dash player, I still like am very interested to play like the easier levels that people do. There was one, I don't remember the name of it. I feel so bad like talking about these levels. I played them in a stream last night with a bunch of other ones. There's something called a gauntlet. You would all know what it means. But it was like something submission for a space gauntlet level, and it wasn't like super hard, but it was so cool, and it was like visually very interesting, and you could tell that they like cared a lot about it and stuff. And even if I don't keep on, trying to beat harder and harder levels, I think I'll definitely still be interested to see, people's creativity and artistry when it comes to easier levels, because I think that is every bit as interesting as the difficulty of doing a hard level, is making an easy level that's beautiful and plays well, I think is a special thing too. Space travel? Yeah, that sounds right. Not there. Okay, that checkpoint's bad. That checkpoint was already fatal. Hey, Aurorus. Hello, grilled cheese man. So are you like the grilled cheese guy to go to? You're like the man of grilled cheeses, or are you physically composed of grilled cheese? You don't have to answer if this is a sensitive subject or if it's a question that people ask you all the time. But it was the thing that immediately jumped into my mind. For example, do you know the Muffin Man? That's a cheap shot. A cheap shot at a great joke. I don't see there's any reason why a man composed of grilled cheese would know anyone that's in the Shrek universe. Because you swear in 2 minutes I'm going to be in 9 circles, you got a lot of potential jumping jacks. Well, it's nice of you to say so, as I fail 1,000 times to get any better at Hexagon Force. Haha, I was going to be like, this is the really easy part, you couldn't possibly die there. Dies there. Brilliant. Alright, there, do we want to, like... No, we don't. We don't want to, like... Yes, people have explained to me that ton 618 is impossible for a human. Exactly. I am a machine. Not a machine that's good at Geometry Dash, but a machine all the same. What's physically impossible is for me to do this right, apparently. It's just so hard to place checkpoints while you play, you don't even know. Because you don't know if you're going to get to a good spot for the checkpoint until you're there, and then you'll die if you try to place one. those two are fakes. You just got to remember that they're fakes, and then you have incredibly easy interlude, followed by the ball section, which is, we'll need to have a different checkpoint than that. It's 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, ba 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 ba. 1, 1, 2, 1. Haha, yeah, not like that. Got it. Blah. Alright, so there you gotta jump there and then not hit that one too early. Haha, that's right. And then you hit this one where you have to fall down, and then you can just focus on Sir Green blocking 10. And it's actually slow. It just seems intimidating because it's a duel. And then you can crash right there. That would be a funny way to die in the real one. Back it up a little bit more here. Yeah, that ship part seems like it actually might be almost difficult to die in, right? You don't want to test it, but it does seem like, alright, one of those you can miss. Okay, and then you got a thing there, yeah. Okay, the bottom there is lethal, but with just a little bit of input, you can sort of skate around. Should be relatively easy to get through that section. And then I input to die, of course. Alright, let's go a little bit further back here. Yeah, alright, so... Not that early. Ah. Whoops. The last one's a fake, just gotta remember that. That's right. There's one there at 89, and you can't see it until it's there. You probably should remember it. Do I know how to make people moderator? Yeah, I do. You know, it's I won't say it's a thankless job because I'll say thank you, but it's a thankless job anyway. You know, I have like just a couple people that are mods, but you know, they often are doing other stuff. I don't know either of them personally. Good old Bouncy Block volunteered to mod one stream, you know, but he's often doing his own thing, of course. And then I have another mod that, you know, is often doing their own thing as well. But I don't know either of them personally, or indeed very well, but they're, you know, seem nice enough and they volunteered to do it whenever. Hello, Geometry. Your mother must have figured that you would like this game. And she said, we're gonna name him Jami. And they're like, no, Geometry is as good as we can do. I'm sorry to hear about your pet. Yeah, so that part seems not so rough, right? I mean, it's fine. Probably die on it some. The real hard one is the earlier duel that everyone said is easy. That's the hard part, right? Because here you just have to know the pattern is 1 2 1 2 1 1, you know. You just wait till you're in the air and look at the blue one, you know, as I fail to do it repeatedly. What's the hardest level I beat? Death Moon? I beat it the other day after 7,035 attempts. Ask me why I know. It was a glorious time. Just at midnight. Very auspicious. It portended many, many failures to come. Right now, we're just playing this level. In the event that we do a level request thing, I will see about getting to it. But a peculiar personality characteristic of mine is that no one can get me to do something that I don't already do. So if I ask for recommendations, I'll be happy to take them. But if I'm not actively asking for them, I will never take them. Because I don't want to, like, I don't want to incentivize people to ask me things, right? So I just always tell everybody no. Because if you have to, like, address every request that someone gives you with the moral gravity that it deserves, you'll never have time for your own pursuits of failing at Hexagon, Force, and Geometry Dash, which is, after all, what Sunday is all about. Evan with a donation trying to induce me with money to do this thing that I said I wasn't going to do. You know, it's a very generous donation. However, I can't simply be bribed to do things. Like I said, in the event that we do some level requests, I'll be happy to check it out. And I totally welcome people that are in the chat to check out the level that he made in honor of his dear departed pet. Like I said, it's sad. However, you can't just get me to do things that I said I wasn't going to do. Although it's nice for you to try to bribe me. Ah. My process on Hexagon Force, well, I have gotten better at some of the and things have been going fine. Evan, that was just a spammer, man. Sometimes people represent themselves as something on the internet that they're not in order to get attention or to make others uncomfortable. It's unfortunately just a fact of life that we all have to get used to. It doesn't make it awesome, you know, but I've found that in general, the best solution is to attempt to go about your day when people are trying to ruin it. Sometimes you can't avoid it, but you know, sometimes you can. But you know, big shout out to all my homies who don't say terrible things. I really appreciate all of y'all. Hi Foink, how's it going? Daniel said you died on a 75 on Hexagon Force. Don't know if that part rings a bell exactly for me, but we've been there a couple times. Yeah, you know, this part's getting better. We just need to tighten up the 40% section. Oh, right there. I'll be afraid of dying at 89 right there. Oh, or right there at 90 because I'm so afraid of dying at 89 that we forget an input in. Ah, bad. You're nervous? Yeah, you know, it can really happen there. The last click in the dual ball before the yellow orbs could be skipped? Okay, I will maybe remember that. No, it can't. Ah. Sometimes, so you guys probably think that I'm like learning stuff, but I'm just like hitting the button where I think it might be a good idea to do it. But you know, to the casual or even the keen observer, it will appear that I am learning when I'm really just saying, ooh, flashing light, hit the button. This is why I do so bad on orbs, because if I couldn't see the flashing light like there, the fact that I knew that one was coming up, almost immaterial. That click at 40, yeah, once I feel like I'm fine enough at this part to move forward, that click at 40 is what's gonna eat like a couple hundred or 1,000 runs. Cause I'm just like so bad at this game, right? Just so bad. Almost died again. All right, so here, you know, you just fall down. Am I going to get any of the coins? I doubt it. I mean, maybe if I get them by accident. I died. You ask how many extremes I've beaten? I've beaten 0 extremes. I've beaten 5 demons at all. They were all easy demons. And I started playing demons because I couldn't beat this level. Yeah, no. My hardest is Death Moon. Alright, let's roll it back. One more time with feeling. Alright, seems fine. Ah, too much. I'm never. You know, no. We'll do it a few times. Even though I'm never gonna learn it, we might learn the ship part a little better before we go forward, right? Alright, we can push it up a bit more and then just fail at this jump for like a million things. Evan Wonder, thank you for your generous donation. Very nice of you. Appreciate your contribution to my failures. Alright, so what's going on here that I'm doing so badly at? Man, okay. I had been fine at this, and now I'm just doing so bad. Alright, so we'll just do a checkpoint further here, learn the ship part better, and then just start attempts, right? Because we'll accidentally get through this at some point and then probably be able to complete the level the first time, right? Does that sound stupid? It does. That doesn't mean it is, though. Alright. I don't... No matter how much time we spend here, we don't get any better at it. That's conspicuous, but not enlightening. Merely a thing I have definitely noticed. That every other part of this level we've just gotten better at when we did it. And this one is not the way that that is. Just literally no progress at all. Hi, Tony Gelato. Thanks for stopping by. Ah. Ah, man. So bad. So incurably bad. Because you said you're going to suffer, you're going to make a top one even harder than the current ones? Well, I wish you the best of luck. Do you have experience making levels that difficult? You beat Hexagon Force. Congratulations, Daniel. I can't beat it. Whoops. Hexagon Force was your last one? You beat the unlockable demons before this one? Well, you know, I might do that too, since it's looking like we're gonna fail a couple of thousand times and be no closer than before to beating it. Okay. It feels like it went a lot faster at the UFO section last time. I might have hit the portal weird. All right, yeah, time to do it for real, right? Yeah, time to do it for real. Let's see how we can do it. Let's see how it goes. All right, 1,756 attempts. Well, that's not how to do it. That is also not how to do it. Bad. Terrible. Nope. Okay. Whoops. Blah. Terrible. Later, poison. Ah, bad. Well, in general, I try to avoid any behavior that might like be anything that you're like supposed to do in order to manipulate people. I don't want to do it, right? So like, because in an abstract sense, right? So when a streamer puts something like goals on there, they're trying to induce a person to do a behavior that they wouldn't otherwise do. And that's not the way I want to do things, right? Even if it works. I don't want to like sit around telling people that are giving me their attention to do other things with it. That's not who I want to be right now, and I hope not ever who I want to be. And no disrespect to the people that, you know, live their lives by doing that. But I want people to make their own choices about what buttons they click on the internet, you know. And if they want to be here, that's awesome, but I don't want to like be, you know, manipulating them into to doing stuff like clicking buttons and all of that. And also, like, who among us has ever watched a YouTube video and felt happy because the person said all that junk, right? Like, again, not I'm about to get disrespectful. No disrespect to the people that I'm disrespecting, but who's ever been happy about seeing it? No one. No one. I'm just happy y'all are here. I'm already getting everything I need from you, just for you chilling. My goal is to beat Hexagon Force. Which it doesn't look like it's going to happen, but it could. Do I like cassowaries? That's the bird, right? The particularly dangerous for its size one. I think they're fascinating. I haven't met one personally. I believe they are notoriously ill-tempered, but that might be like bad PR, or maybe like one of the cassowary's ecological, competitors has a better press team than the cassowary does. They're the ones with the big old claws. I know that's not very precise when you're talking about birds. I believe they kind of all have claws, but... Like, was Johnny Cash injured by one, or was that an ostrich? Thank you for the good luck wishes. Zelik, you ask if I ever played any multiplayer games on the channel. I have not. I have played stuff that theoretically could be multiplayer, but I haven't ever played a multiplayer game, no. I think about playing Dead by Daylight for the channel, though. I don't know if anybody would watch it, but that's not like what calculus goes behind me playing a game on the channel anyway. I just play what I want. But I haven't played a game in Dead by Daylight in a couple of years, but I've been thinking of it. Which is a multiplayer game, but, you know, asymmetrical. If you're not familiar, it's a horror game where one person plays a killer, either unique or from, like, a franchise like Halloween or The Ring or whatever. And then the other people play survivors that are trying to not get killed by the killer. It's a pretty fun game. I put like 600 hours into it a couple of years ago, but I haven't played it much since. Hello, random visitor. My hardest is Death Moon. And this is a level I can't beat. We've only tried like 1,760 or so times. So we might be able to beat it. Not now. We crashed. Hello, Micromonster. You say it's nicer to see older players related Geometry Dash? Well, thank you. You know, it's a sentiment I hear a lot. But, you know, it's a really fun game. I like how it showcases lots of different kinds of expertise, both in the map making especially, but also in, like, in the gameplay and design aspects. Like a lot of people, I'm quite enamored of single-person projects, you know, like when a video game is made by a single person or by a small team, you know, that's when you can really feel like, you know, that's art right there, right? You want to put your hands up like an Italian chef and hold them up to the sun when you see a game this cool made by a single guy. But of course, you know, a lot of the amazingness of the game has been fan-driven the whole time, or so it's been explained to me. I've only been playing for, you know, less than a year, but having a blast failing repeatedly, and sometimes, only sometimes, having, you know, glorious victories. And it always feels real good to finally beat a thing that you remember saying about 1,000 times, I am never, ever going to beat this. Anyway, that's as far as we get. Yeah, DBD, sorry, Dead by Daylight. D&D is Dungeons & Dragons. Dead by Daylight is the thing. D&D, I played Baldur's Gate 3. I don't play like Dungeons & Dragons in my real life. I played in like a game once, well, like 4 or 5 times. It was fine. It could have been better. Wait, is the floor there safe? Oh, I'm gonna give myself a headache if the floor there is safe. That's gonna be so annoying. Could have been just holding the whole time. It is. Oh my goodness, that's so obnoxious. Well, that part got a lot easier. It had little cloud-looking things. I thought it was not. That's so annoying. Well, we'll get through there. We'll get through there more often now. Say I'm clicking too early at the end of the first duel. Yeah, it was either too early or too late. I couldn't figure out which. So like you said, you really like Baldur's Gate? Oh man, when I first played it, I thought it might be like the coolest RPG I've ever played. And I've only put a couple hundred hours, like 260, something like that, into it. But I still think it might be the coolest RPG I've ever played. Just a real masterpiece, both of storytelling and mechanics, and especially in player agency. Just a real towering achievement. When it came out, I got it not immediately. I was playing Persona 5 at the time and having a wonderful time with that. What a great game. But then once I built up Baldur's Gate, I went into work like that week, and I was like, hey boss, I want some time off. I want to play this video game. Give me a few days off here this next week so I can sit at home and play Baldur's Gate. It's exactly what I did. It's the best. Nothing better than saying, I don't want to work, I just want to bang on my drum all day, if that drum is Baldur's Gate or you're a bard with a drum. I played a level 1 bard with all the other points into Beastmaster Ranger. I had a pet bear, it was glorious. I was a halfling named Atropos. It was good stuff. I keep thinking of doing like a Baldur's Gate playthrough for the channel, but instead of like streaming it, doing like deep dives in every single room in the whole thing, like cultural analysis, architecture, reading every word of every book, talking about like the composition of the scenes, you know, everything that. VGSG, use practice points to practice parts you don't know. Oh yeah, I have like 1,800 attempts on the level. It's not that I don't know that part with the duel, it's just that I'm very bad. I did it like several hundred times and didn't get any better, but we converted quite a few, like 50 to 100s, 60 to 100s, sort of in that neighborhood. A few in a row from the 60% ball section. I think it was 3 in a row that we got to the end from there, and then backed it up some. Then I just decided I'm never going to be able to learn what's going on at 40%. All we have to do is get through, and then I can probably beat it. You got to know who you are, right? You have to know when you're wasting your own valuable time. Well, not valuable, that's not the right word for my time. Say at 40, when the group cube reaches the ground at the top, the green has to jump before the blue cube reaches the ground. Oh! Well, that's why I never do it, right? I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm going to have to do it by accident. That makes sense why it almost never happens, though. But I consider our gameplay in the second half of the level fine, you know, fine. So all we have to do is accidentally get through that 40% section and then string the later ones together, and then we'll be out in time for tea. Not really, I'm probably going to fail another couple thousand times. It's alright. I didn't want to do anything besides play Hexagon Force. Anyway... Terrible. Terrible. Oh, too much of a hold there. Much too much of a hold there. Ah, nope, nope, nope. Terrible. Terrible. Ah. How's my day going? It's going great. I think there's thunder outside. Still going fine, though. I'm a cook by profession. I'm a line cook at a steakhouse. And last night, somebody who's qualified to take my shifts, not everybody is, was like, hey, do you want your shift tomorrow morning? And in the restaurant world, Sunday morning is a particularly undesirable time to be at work, because it's a very busy lunch service compared to what you normally do at lunch. And the customers are notoriously persnickety. That's a way to say it. How polite. So do I own a chef hat? No, I do not. I wear a bandana at work. I wear a bandana around my forehead to keep the sweat down. But yeah, so I got rid of my shift this morning, and I could have been streaming hours ago, but I was hanging out with my friends in Discord and then getting into arguments with strangers on the internet. You know, that kind of thing. That old saw. Rain's your favorite weather? Yeah, I quite like it as well. I did lose power a week ago in a storm. So I'm a little like I woke up the other night when there was thunder, like having a nightmare that I was not going to have internet again. That sounds very first world problem, I know. But yeah, but they are nice sounds. But yeah, no, a tree limb got yanked off a big old one and it fell on the electrical line and then snapped the telephone pole. So we didn't have power at my house for a couple days. But luckily, it was not particularly hot out or anything, because I live in Arkansas, as y'all may recall, and it gets very hot here. Like, not the hottest place in the world, but we'll stand up and put boxing gloves on with any of those. Like, it is unpleasant here in the summer, but it was okay outside when we didn't have power, and it wasn't so bad, because y'all, you may not be able to appreciate, except abstractly, how much it sucks to get out of work in a hot kitchen and then go home to a hot house. It wasn't great. It wasn't great, but it wasn't particularly hot, just a little unpleasant. And the fine folks at the electrical company put up a telephone pole in no time. I didn't watch them do it, even though I was fascinated, because I know tradesmen don't like to be stared at while they're working. But I was listening through the wall as I was reading my book, and I was like, man, electricians gotta dig a lot, you know, because I'm not like electricity comes out a plug in the wall, but you know, you never think about how much they gotta dig. It's a lot. Sometimes it's a lot, especially when they gotta put in a new telephone pole. Got some physical Uno cards. Yeah, well, I have hobbies that aren't electronic, like I collect Magic the Gathering cards, even though I haven't played in like 2 years. And I collect Warhammer 40k, which means, if you're familiar with Warhammer, that I have a very large pile of models not put together, or put together and not painted, or put together primed and not painted, or that could be painted better. And also I love books, and I am what they call a guitar owner, as well as a piano owner, although the piano's out of tune, which is harder to fix than it is with a guitar, of course. but I elected to sit and read books and pine for the internet while mine was down. Bye, Rising Angel. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. We'll probably still be not beating this level whenever I see you again. Kind of look like a bald Jacksepticeye. I don't know that person. I never get compared to them, I don't think, but okay. I assume they have a fine mustache. Wowza! I don't know if y'all heard that thunder, but it really got up underneath my arms. I'm not like afraid of thunder, but sometimes it creeps up on you. It pierced right through the chill soundscape. You know, it's almost like it's attached to something that's dangerous. Yes, if I collect figure statues. No, I have like, I watch a little bit of One Piece, and I read like the first 1,050 chapters of the manga of One Piece, but I haven't read any other ones. And one of my friends gave me a statue of the character Shanks from Film Red, if you're familiar. But that's the only one I have. I don't buy them or anything, but it was a kind gift, and I do have it displayed on a bookshelf, not in this room, but in a different one. And I've got two Funko Pops. One I bought for myself. I shouldn't say the name of it. If you're familiar with The Lonely Island, it's a song that made them famous about giving people presents. And it's two figures, and I have that one. I have that Funko Pop. It's in the closet in case I ever want to give somebody the most amazing gift. That is what I'll give them. I will put the Funko Pop into a box, as they say. And then I also have this little Murloc, which is a World of Warcraft evil fish person thing. Yeah, six. I agree. It is very useful. So I have 1,858 attempts here. I'm hoping to convert all of that practice that we've done today into a completion. But I do understand from your perspective that it does not look like I have been learning anything. But it was even worse before I started. You'll have to trust me on that. Jack can back me up. It was even worse before I started. Excuse me, guys. I gotta pet the dog. Oh, poor dog. He's trying to get under the desk, but we can't have that. No, we can't. When am I going to do some more Oblivion Remastered, Evan? Good question. I actually have been looking at modding it before I do another thing. I had a great time with it, but I had some concerns about like the balance and how the leveling went and economy stuff. So I was looking around at some mods, and I think I found them, but I was just trying to get them working out because I want to play something, because like Expert, the enemies were too much like damage sponges. And then I felt like it needed a happy medium, so we're going to look for something to rebalance some of the things. But probably this next weekend for me, so Wednesday, Thursday, we'll jump in and do either some kind of thievery or some kind of two-handed, heavy-armored thing, for Spice, to revisit some of the parts of the game that we haven't done so far. Because I definitely want to play more of it, but I was just... the scaling and the pacing seems off, so I wanted to solve that a little bit. Yeah, I'm so bad at the first duel, but I feel like the 60% the ball duel, I feel like that's fine. And after I learned which, like, you could look at, like, one of the ships, right, depending on where you're at in the duel, and then the dual ship right after this 40% part, like, that's how I do. And now, you do the hold, and then you just look at the blue ship, and you can ride it all the way through. Because the level's not that long. I'm comparing it to, like, Death Moon, which is quite a long level. I mean, it takes, what, like 3 minutes? I don't know how long this one takes. Can't be that long. It's got to be at least a minute faster. And when with Minecraft? Oh, I mean, probably maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, I still am quite interested in my river project. I played a couple of Minecrafts just yesterday. And then before then. But yeah, it's definitely on the docket. After all, I don't have enough wheat planted in Minecraft yet. I need slightly more wheat. I think you can agree that I don't have enough. Blah. Oh well, so bad. But anyway, yeah, if my lights go out or whatever, then obviously the stream will disappear. And as y'all will recall, I don't have a smartphone, so I won't be able to jump on there and give you notice in the chat. But people keep trying to bully me. They keep on trying to tell me how useful a smartphone would be, as if I don't already know. Especially when my power went out and I was complaining about it. They were like, well, if you got a smartphone, you could watch the sumo tournament today. And I was like, you need to get all the way off of my back with that. Get up out of my face. Speaking of sumo, another satisfying tournament in the books. Wonderful performances by a lot of great Rikishi. Onasato Yusho, of course. Good stuff. No, bullying's not nice. I'm just joking. Maybe probably not a funny word to use. I probably need to use a different word for social pressuring that's not meant to be unkind. That's a good point. I do strive for precision in language, as you may have noted. But sometimes I like saying words like y'all. I died again. Yes, CYX, I do not have a smartphone. I have never had one, moreover. I don't believe in them. No, I have had people offer to buy them for me, and I am in a financial position where I could get one if I wanted. It's not that I can't have one. I do not wish to have one. I'm sure they're fine for other people, and nothing will ever go wrong. But yeah, it's really funny. Sometimes kids at work, I work with, some teenagers in high school. It's not like a child labor force in the restaurant. And I know they hate it when I call them kids, so I'll try to do better. But they're like, well, what do you do if you're going somewhere? I'm like, well, I look up the map on the internet at home, and then I write down the directions on a piece of paper. And they looked at me like I was joking, but that's literally what I do. But by preference, I don't really, go anywhere, right? I didn't actually have a cell phone at all for quite some time. I mean, I had one, and then I didn't have one. And then I started seeing someone, and she was like, you have to have a phone. And I was like, I don't have to have a phone. And she was like, you have to have a phone. So I got a flip phone, which is the phone I still have today, which is this little guy here. It's got a cracked screen, as you can see, so you can't really see who's calling you. But it's got this beautiful little seascape thing with a little pier there, and so that's the phone I use. I've had it for 9 years, I guess. Sometimes it's okay, sometimes you need a phone. I find that I don't need one very often. I leave it in my car at work in case my car gets lonely, then it can call one of its friends. I think my car is pretty well adjusted and doesn't need the service. I never notice a charge anyway. I have 1,500 Minutes a month. That's right, my phone plan still is limited by minutes. I pay $36 a month, but 6 of that is for fees and taxes, so really it's $30. And I wish it was cheaper. But we're not talking about phones anymore. No, I'm just playing. We can talk about it all day long. Again, I'm sure they're fine for other people. Yeah, no, I have a phone. I wish I didn't. I don't often need one, but like, so a couple years ago, I got in a car accident. It wasn't a super bad one. No one got hurt or anything, but my car was messed up, and I didn't have my phone on me. I had left it at home because I was running some errands, and I don't care about my phone. I don't think about it, right? It's often dead. On my days off, I almost always notice that my phone has died. I use it for an alarm clock, principally, but that's about it. Oh, you're supposed to jump there. But yeah, no, I just don't like smartphones. I find that they disengage people from the world around them, and without putting too fine a point on it, I am already like super disengaged from the world around me, so I don't think that having a phone would be good for me specifically. I can see, look, I know that I'm not like other people are, right? So the same issues that I might have behaviorally if I had one wouldn't necessarily be present for everyone. But like, you know how you have old people complaining like, all the kids do is look at their phone? Like, that would be me. That's all I would do if I had one. I would ignore my friends. I would be a worse employee. I would do a bad job at work. I would mess around all the time. And I know I would, because with the temptation of the internet, I wouldn't do what I needed to do to fulfill my obligations to others whenever I was out and about. And it's not like I'm not perpetually online. I am. I'm always in my chair when I'm at home, and I'm basically always at home when I'm not at work. So I know what the slang is, and I play video games online, and I have Discord servers with my friends where we share memes and stuff. It's not like I'm not part of the internet culture very heavily. I just don't like smartphones. If I ever get one, it'll sit right next to here, and it'll be like the bat phone, and that'll be like for someone to call me if there's an emergency, and then I'll put on my cape and my mask and go and save the city, because that's what heroes do. Terrible. Good night, Micro. Thanks for spending your night here, and from GMT -8, or what we call Central Standard Time here, good night, and good luck. But yes, it is also 4:30 for me. Micro Monster, you ask if I stream often? Yeah, I stream basically every day. Just the times are all over the place, right? Because as a cook, I work somewhat irregular hours, so I'll often get home 6 or 7 hours from now, and then stream for an hour before bed or something like that. You know the best song ever? I don't know the best song ever, but I have heard a tribute to it. One of these days, guys, we're gonna get past that 40%. You'll see. I mean, you won't, because it won't be today. Do I know why I keep dying at 40%? Yeah, because I'm doing that part wrong. But if you mean in a more specific way, no. I've never got through that part and known why, but I have gotten through it like a bunch, so I figured I should just try to do it until it happened by accident. I did it, I don't want to exaggerate, more than 200 times with barely ever getting through earlier. I don't know the exact number, because, you know, but we've done, you know, yeah, 1,900 attempts now, and, you know, 1,650 of them were today. But I'm doing it wrong, so I just have to accidentally do it right. Ah. The trick is to jump late for it. You know, I try to, and then I don't jump at all, but I'll try to jump later, but still jump. We'll see how that goes. I'm sure we can get there again before too long. Nope. How'd I get rid of the pulsing effect? I don't know what you mean. Alright, now that we're through that one time... Nope! Forgot to hit. Terrible. Well, I got too focused. Now we can try a couple hundred more times to get through that one more time. Shouldn't be too tricky, right? Because after that you have easy UFO section, and that leads into the ball section that we've practiced a lot. And that leads into what the ship duel that's actually kind of easy or something, a little bit of cube first, and then and then all you got to really worry about is that that orb at 89% that drops out, and then the two little tricky orbs slightly before that section. Yeah, it should be fine. And then at 90% to not input when I hit the portal, which I'll probably forget. So yeah, just like 100 or 200 more attempts to get through that 40% part, and we should probably be able to crack it. Because the back half of the level isn't too tricky. I mean, I might die on the ball part, but I know how to do it. It's just this part that I don't know how to do at all. Have I reacted to Thingy Space 2? I think I played it last night. King Johnny, yes, thank you for your congratulations. I did indeed finally beat Death Moon. 7,035 attempts. And they said it couldn't be done. Yeah, comes High Club. I beat Death Moon at midnight, Saturday night or Sunday morning, depending on how you prefer it. It was a good time. Blah. You beat Deadlock with all coins? I can't even unlock Deadlocked. The game won't let me play it. Ah. Ah. You have to get 30 coins to unlock Deadlocked. Yeah, I barely unlocked Club Step. And then that was a terrible experience anyway. I did so bad. Just like, so bad. There's this part on Club Step where you're in a ship and the background is yellow. And it wants you to do something. And man, was I ever bad at doing that something. I think it was like go up or down and a little bit of side to side. But man, I did it so bad. It took me 2,667, I think, attempts to beat Club Step on practice one time, and then I said, nope. And then I think a week after that, I started Death Moon and failed at it, and then failed more. But it never made me feel like that shit part in Club Step did, where I was just like, I don't know what's happening here. The only part of this level that feels that way is the part at 40% where I don't know what's happening here. Too late. I jumped too late. I tried to jump later there. I did. I didn't jump at all. The sound of my demise was because I tried to jump later and didn't jump at all. This time we'll try to jump earlier and then jump too early and die. Or we'll die before then for a different reason. That's good too. So bad. Well, that won't do it either. Oh, I'm not holding it there. I'm hitting the button. I am not a person who holds for basically anything, even when you're supposed to. Only for very, very rare events will I ever hold the button down. I also never buffer inputs. So if you think that's what I'm doing, I'm just not doing that. I so rarely hold that you'll probably hear me say out loud, "Now I hold," to remind myself to hold. Usually when I try to hold down the button, I die, so I don't do it. Like the Death Moon part for holding? Exactly. The very beginning of Death Moon, I would hold on, but... Or like very specific ship parts where you're supposed to hold the whole time, you know? But I feel like that's a sort of different scenario when the ship is concerned. But yeah, or like when they're the cube part in Death Moon from 61 to 63, you know, where you have to hold. But barring stuff like that, I just don't. Theory of Everything 2, that's the other one I can't unlock. Yeah, bad. Huh. Sigh. Terrible. Yeah. blah. Alright, guys. Just gonna pour the last of my drink on myself here. I'm gonna take a quick, like, 2 or 3 minute break, go grab a Mountain Dew from upstairs, and then I'll be right back. Perhaps I'll see you whenever I get back into my chair. But, yeah, maybe we'll go back to practice mode and keep trying the thing that I can't do. I don't know. It's annoying. I don't think I'll ever learn it. I don't see it. I don't see it happening. Maybe we'll just accidentally get through it. But anyway, I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Hello, Civet. I'll be right back. I gotta take a short break. All right. Yeah, you guys been talking about what's gone. Yeah, I Spy with My Little Eye. I remember, like, people have been recommending that to me, but I too remember the aggressive flashing effects, which are an element of challenge that I find unpleasant. All right, let's. We'll label it practice again, and we'll just go to that part that I can't do and fail at it a couple hundred more times, and then learn nothing, and then try it again. Bye, King Johnny. Alright, so you... No. It's like, where's a good checkpoint for this, right? There's not... Oh, mother... Okay. All right, time to get the checkpoint back up there again. Yeah, I do see the chat. Just like sometimes you'll note that reading all of it would mean that I literally couldn't play the game that I'm playing anymore. And if people are just like talking about levels that exist, there's a lot of stuff that I won't like read out loud. Don't want you to be discouraged from talking to each other, but the more that's going on in chat, the less likely I'll see anything, right? But I try to look over every now and then. I'm so bad. All right, that checkpoint's garbage. It's not going to be helpful at all. Now I'll fail 100 times to get there again somehow. No, that checkpoint sucks. No, it's fine. Okay. You say you want to give me some tips because I seem to be struggling? Yeah, I'm just not very good. But if you want to give me some tips, that is nice. Don't be discouraged if I don't seem able to take them. My whole life, people have given me helpful advice, and it's always been difficult for me to take it. Like, this is going to sound a little weird maybe, but like, often when people give me advice, I get anxiety because I'm like, they're going to be annoyed that I'm bad at taking this advice, and they're going to feel like they wasted their time talking to me, and that makes me feel bad. So it's like, I can't even think about the advice because I'm just so busy focusing on how I'm going to take it badly and how that's going to negatively impact their view of me socially. This is why I avoid interactions with people. I don't always fare well. I prefer books. I mean, like, I have friends and stuff. They mainly understand that they can't give me helpful advice because I'm so bad at taking it. They've given up on being frustrated with me a long time ago. It's sort of necessary for people to give up on me if they want to like me. You can't assume I'll ever be better at anything than I am. Plus, it's the video game. I get better at those, but gradually. Very gradually. Alright, so... No, that's... Maybe this one will be fine. No, it'd be better to have it in the middle of the little swoopy things, right? Like right there. Because then you get the full timing of it. Yeah, that's better. That's a good checkpoint. We can fare here for a while. First things first, turning off the sound effect. Because we're gonna not do this right for a while, and I cannot stand the sound of the death that close to another one. Ah, too early. Oh, thought I had that timing right. terrible. Bessie came into you asked beat Death Moon. Yes, I did. I beat Death Moon Saturday night or Sunday, as you prefer, at midnight. 7,035 attempts. 5th demon, and now I have a more reputable hardest to tell people. People would always argue with me about Shiver not being my hardest until they heard the other ones. They're like, oh, I guess it is. Oh, dies. Too slow. So you know how I've been kind of getting through this? My hardest is Death Moon Imposter. Beat just the other day. You wouldn't know it by the performance you're going to see of me repeatedly failing to do something that other people think is simple, but that's kind of what it means to be me, is to be like super good at stuff that other people think is hard, and to be incredibly painfully bad at tasks that other people find easy. That's what it means to be me. But yeah, so I've failed to beat Hexagon Force for 2,000 attempts now, right? And but yeah, we beat Death Moon the other day. 7,035 things. Have I beaten some of the other official Insanes? Yeah. Not Electrodynamics though. I've beat Finger Dash, but not Dash. But yeah, I've beat the Nightmare and Lightning Road and Shiver, Platinum Adventure, and Death Moon. But I can't beat Hexagon Force. But as we were doing our level recommendation stream last night, people were recommending that I tackle the ones that were in the game, knowing that it would provide me with a tremendous challenge. Shiver, yeah, Shiver was, I think, my 3rd demon. It took, I think, like 2,700 attempts, something like that. And then after that, I did Platinum Adventure. I hate that dual section because I have to focus on blue version, and I'm a Sir Green Blockington guy, as you know. Whenever he splits into his evil twin aspect, I hate when I'm supposed to focus on it. Just supposed to not do that. I input. I knew it. I knew when I did it that it was bad. I knew I wasn't supposed to input there at the portal. You probably heard me say, bah, very slightly before I hit it. Blah. So the problem is I'm no closer to knowing what I'm doing here than before, right? Like I still literally don't know. It's just you guys are maybe seeing me get through there a couple of times and thinking, "Oh, he's getting it." I want to stress that nothing could be further from the truth. Hey, Ishan, what's up? Welcome back. I remember you from yesterday. You had a level recommendation that was pretty cool, and that I wasn't good. But yeah, no, we're on like 2,000 attempts now. It's not going great. I'm super bad. Now you're motivated to change other people so that they won't have to be as bad as me. You know, I'm sure they might find it useful. Ah, terrible. Because, like, every time I make that jump, I still don't know how. I just don't know how. I'm doing the same exact thing that I think I'm doing every time, only sometimes it works. Which, you know, is an avenue to success. Like there, I thought that was a death. Apparently it worked. I thought that would have killed me too. I have no idea how it works there. I think on practice mode it just works better, and then you just hit it wrong every time if you is me. If you're me. And you probably aren't. But first of all, if you are me, I'm sorry. Oh. My FPS? Oh, I mean, does it show? Is there a way to display it? And probably like 300. I don't know if there's a button to show it. I probably have it uncapped to, you know, 240 or some number. I only have a 60 hertz 5 millisecond monitor, so higher frame rate is really just bragging. But no, I don't know. A high number. A really high number. But yeah, I have a 5 millisecond 60 hertz IPS display. Opted for it instead of the TN display years ago for the superior color temperatures and viewing angles, you know. The IPS versus TN debate is contentious. Hey Dory the Lurie, you've been on one of the other streams? Well, welcome here. What's up? I'm failing dramatically. Well, not dramatically. Not dramatically. I'm failing repeatedly. See, the thing is that while I can theoretically do all of the level, I can't do the part that this practice run is starting at, and every time I get through, I still don't know how it works. Which, you know, presents a problem. Alright, and there you don't hit it. Ah, and then we bounced into it there. So you see, from watching that, you might think, oh, this dude could beat this level at any time, but you're wrong. Because I can't do this part right here. I can't do this part right here at all. The other dual part I'm fine with. Every part of the level except for right here, these two jumps, I can do just fine. And every time I get through, I think it's not right. And every time I die, I think, oh, that's the same as every other time I try it. But anyway, we've done it, I mean, hundreds of times today, right? Like 400 or 500 now? And I still am no closer to ever doing it right than before. I just occasionally do it right, giving you the impression that I might be learning something, but it is a mistaken one. Yeah, so anyway, you know, like I just have to lay my input. If I click too fast, you won't make it. I can't just spam. Right on the left, instead of in the first orb, hit the middle of the orb. Once again, don't essentially. You know, it's probably not going to work. Because, like, I see all those words, but what I did was just get through without applying any of it and just faking it. Just like every other time, right? Why am I the way I am? No one asked. It's not a good question. Because the rest of the level's fine, right? It's just those 2 jumps. I mean, it's not automatic, as you see, I just died there, but if it weren't for this thing right here, I would have beaten it a long time ago. Like there, I would have sworn I was dead. Ah, whoopsie. I don't know. Sometimes it works, and I don't know what's different about it than every time that I fail. And I'm no closer to knowing. Like, I read your words. I know how words work. I know how they relate to concepts and spatial things. But I just I can't do it right. But yeah, you say, I'm spamming and sometimes I'll make it. Yeah, but I don't know how to do it right. I just, like, you know, that time I wasn't spamming, I just sort of waited, but, you know, I don't get it just because I live. Alright. Now time to fail to get past that part at all. Are you ready? I'm ready. I'm ready to do poorly again. Alright. Now that we won't die every second, we can put the sound effects back on for when we do die. Very useful. Terrible. Whoops. Look, y'all have seen what it's like when I don't spam. I fall over because I don't hit the button at all. Look, every failure in Geometry Dash is related to hitting the input too early or too late. And you just have to pick one. Hey, whoops. I'm still failing. Yeah, I'm spamming, but I'm spamming at a specific speed that gets me through pretty often. After all, you saw me do it wrong several times and complete the level in practice mode. What's more likely? I'll do the thing that I haven't done one single time, or that I'll accidentally do the thing that I have accidentally done multiple times. Probabilistically, my way is the only way that showed results. Your way would probably work for a different person, one that played right, but since I don't, are you really gonna hitch your horse to that? You want me to give you your time back? Well, I can't do that. Unfortunately, time is a function of gravity. You're gonna have to take that up with gravity. I'm not gravity's representative, and am just as much enthralled to it's a force and its role in the space-time continuum that we all travel through. Hey, chocolate. Oh, heck up. I think they just, maybe they haven't known me very long, so they don't realize that I'm very frustrating and unpleasant to be around. Everybody's got to learn sometime. Y'all should have seen it whenever I was playing Terraria, and they're just, like, hollering at me, like, do this, and I'm, like, totally oblivious to what they're talking about. They're like, cut down the tree, and I'm like, that tree is a background. It's not a tree. Oh, they were getting so salty. But, like I say all the time, people have always found me very frustrating, and I try not to take it personally. I wouldn't like me either, right? Like, I know I wouldn't like me either. I know that I would find myself incredibly obnoxious. I just try not to focus on it, right? Because I'm trapped in here. I have to be me every day. I don't really have a choice. Not a good one. Not one that we're gonna entertain, you know. So I just gotta keep on doing this. And I'm the only one that has to do it. So when other people don't like me, I'm just like, oh well, you know, imagine how I feel. People have been like, they tell me stuff about like arrows and stuff like, and I literally don't see them because there's so much going on that I don't see it. They're like, don't hit the ones with X's or whatever. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I played Stardew Valley. I couldn't figure out how to fish because I didn't see the fish next to the bar that you were fishing with. I just didn't see it. It was there. The idiom that I use, you know the one about a person who misses the forest for the trees. I'm like a guy who looks at a forest and is like, where are the trees? Why aren't there any trees? There are no trees in this forest. I was told there would be trees while I'm looking at them. That's me. And I do understand if you find that trying, but what are you gonna do, right? It's a big internet, and I urge you to find a place on it that you like rather than one that you don't. But if you're enjoying your time here, I am grateful for that, and I am very glad of it. Because, like, if you let being bad at video games negatively affect you, that's, you know, part of your struggle, I guess. I do sometimes. It's actually in large part why I stopped playing multiplayer competitive games, right? Is because I would find myself getting upset when I lost and not feeling good when I won. That's why I quit playing Magic. I was a strong Magic player and I liked the game. It was fine. But I would notice just having bad feelings when I would lose, right? Against people that I liked and respected. And I would be like, blah, 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 you did the thing, blah, 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 blah. And then when I won, it was just nothing, you know, like, oh, I won again, cool. So I elected to play more single player stuff, and that's been good for me. Because after all, when you're playing a single player game, it's about the internal struggle, you know, how you're learning and building expertise, which is an individual thing, even if you're doing it in public. And I understand that watching me learn can be very frustrating to people, but I flatter myself that I know all sorts of stuff that a lot of people don't know. And this is just a new thing that I'm learning that I know less about than other people. So I try to stay humble, since I can be an incredibly vain person depending on the subject. You know, it's always nice to go somewhere where everybody knows more than me, and then I can be like, I don't understand any of the words you said. You asked if I'd done a practice run. Yeah, we're on 2,200 attempts here now. Basically all done the stream, like 2,000 of them. But yeah, we've done multiple like 40% to the end. We've done a big old handful of like 60% to the end. I'm really bad at that one jump, and I've done it on practice mode several hundred times. And I've done it correctly sometimes and never known how, which is what this whole conversation is really about, is about whether or not you can overcome incompetence with dedication. And I believe you can. I think even people that are not talented can, with enough effort, beat a Geometry Dash level. $38 to $100. It was 2 times. That's right. Yeah, it was 2 times. And then earlier there were multiple like 61% at the beginning of the dual ball section. You know, that part right there at 60 that we converted into a finish, and then like some slightly earlier as well. So like a bunch of them have been pushed through at least a good bit. Certainly, anytime we get past 40% could 100% be the last time we ever have to play this level. It's just a matter of getting lucky. Ah, well, that's bad. Yeah, hey Natasha, yeah, you know, it's been rough going. We're on attempt 2,200 and something, and, well, any day now, any day now, absolutely any day now, we could pull it all together. But how are you? Do I think I'll try the other main levels again after this? Yeah, I, maybe not directly. But, you know, we still have electrodynamics to suffer through, and Dash to suffer through. We probably won't play Club Step after that because I still have fresh memories of how unpleasant I found the experience to be. So we will likely not play Club Step after we beat these levels. But of course, we might just be playing Hexagon Force for the next week or month, for all I know. So it's hard to say what the future holds. Normally I don't crash there, but it does happen. Say it's really hard for insane. Yeah, you know, sometimes users will recommend levels and they're insane and they just seem like impossibly crazy. And some of the top ones, maybe y'all can explain this. Do levels have to be given like a rating and they don't like come with one, right? Because somebody sent me that Amethyst level yesterday and it said it was insane and it was impenetrably difficult. You know, like I was joking earlier, I would have done fine with the whole thing. I just had a lot of trouble with the very first jump. I think if I could have done the first jump, it would have been fine. Non-rated levels can't be demons. Oh, so because it just came out, because you can't publicly update them until they're beaten or something, somebody said? I guess that makes sense. So the map creator just like hands the map to somebody to practice on and try to beat. But the wider community, so like before this happened, people couldn't play Amethyst, I guess. I guess maybe you could like download it from someone who had the pack. I don't know how it works. Nope. Yeah, High Club. That's what they were saying. It was like the hardest thing, and they sent it. I thought it was going to be like a pared down level because you know you see it. It says insane, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Maybe it's like a super stripped down level of this demon level, so you can still like go with the music or whatever, and like you know like how you can play on easy mode on Guitar Hero, and you know just hit like some of the notes, and it'll fill in the rest for you. But then it was, well, there's this. Like I said, there's just this one jump right at the beginning, and I was having a little bit of trouble with it, and probably after that I would have been fine and just would have went all the way in, though. Bad. Terrible. Say to post a level, you have to verify it, and they repost the levels that are still being verified to make it less hard. Okay, so they do that. Because that seems very worthwhile, too, you know? Like, it'd be fun to play, like, just a red angry face version of Tidal Wave, right? You get to see the whooshing of the waves and the soothing clack 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 of the input, but you know, without it being mind numbing, where you're just like, oh, what's here? Like, I know people do like the hold versions of levels, but like, you know, I think easier mode versions of them would be much more interesting. I tried to wait and then I didn't jump at all. That's what happens whenever I try to wait there. I always don't jump. I think we'll stick with the only way I've ever gotten through there. Waiting doesn't seem good. For a better player, maybe it would be. I just know for all my hundreds of practice attempts there, I didn't learn a single thing from them. But I did learn what to do right after you get an accidental success, which is keep playing the game. It could happen to me. Yeah, I did practice that part. I'm just incredibly bad and didn't get any better at it. Yeah, there's absolutely no point in saying go unless I turn into a ship after that 40% jump. Because I have done 0 to 40% like 50 times. And I've gotten past 40% only one time. Only one time. Besides on practice mode where I've done the whole map twice after starting at that dual section that I can't do right, because again, all I have to do is accidentally get past it. Nope. But yes, I have practiced all parts of the level extensively and consider myself reasonably confident with every single part of the level except for that part right there, which again, I have practiced on hundreds of times this very afternoon. It's easily more annoying than in any single part of Death Moon, which I just beat the other day, so it's fresh on my mind. But like, you know, there was some stuff that was tougher to learn, but like I just always die there, and there was no place on Death Moon where I was just always dying on it. it's got the little cute face with the fangs on it, and this is a merely pink angry face level. However, bad. Whoops. Whoops. I don't normally die there. It does happen sometimes, though. I expected to die 7% further than there, so it actually came as quite a shock. Whoops. If I choke at like 89 or I hit one of those late fake orbs, I'm gonna be such a salty boy. That's assuming I ever get through, right? Which is not a given. It's not necessarily true that I'll ever get past 40% again. Whoops. Hey, Iconic. Thank you for the recommendation of Slaughterhouse. Unfortunately, someone has already showed me that level. It's nice, right? It's the one with the grayscale background and the angry teeth right when you enter. Yeah, been there. Before I beat the second or third, I forget which, I should look it up so I can tell the story properly, but I had not beat, like, a handful of levels yet. Someone sent me to Verdant Landscape. They're like, you should check out this level. I think you'd like it. It was violently green, and also I died a lot. And that was the day that I learned that the Geometry Dash community, in addition to being informative and creative, is hilarious. I tried to jump later and didn't jump at all again. Whoops. Thinking Space 2? Yeah, I played that yesterday. I played that in the level recommendation stream last night. And Amethyst as well. But also, again, I don't mind you giving me recommendations when I haven't asked for them, but I won't go and play them. I might remember the name of it in the future, but I'm just literally never going to go and play a level because someone says you should play it unless I have asked for a recommendation. I think this will be a good policy because I would literally never get to play the level that I started playing if I went and stopped every time somebody wanted me to do it and go somewhere else. Remember when I was playing Shiver, people didn't want me to beat Shiver. When I was playing Lightning Road, they didn't want me to beat Lightning Road. This is a new hardest. I beat Death Moon the other day. I think Death Moon is harder. People say it is. This feels harder to me, but only because of the part that I'm stuck at 40%. And the 61% part is tricky with the ball. I figured out what I needed to do there. But I would say Death Moon's harder than this, probably. Probably. I'm not an expert in these things. There's a bunch of wave stuff in Death Moon that I think sort of pulls it above this in difficulty, and a couple, like, UFO parts that are vastly trickier here. There's a lot more very easy sections in this level than Death Moon, I would say. But I failed to beat it more than 2,000 times today. No, some of those are practice mode attempts where I learned nothing. But this was either this or Electrodynamics. I forget what the last main level I played was, but I gave up on it right around there in practice and said, if it's going to be this hard to do, I'll just play a demon, and then I'll get to say that I beat a demon. And that's why... And then I haven't played these levels in, like, a while, a couple months, few months. Hardest is Death Moon Alpha. Yeah, I've done 5 demons, High Club. A couple of them were sort of quickish. I think it was Lightning Road that just took like a couple hundred total attempts for me. But most of them came through the blood, the sweat, and the tears, as they say. Only the crying was from other people who wept at my incompetence. And the gnashing of the teeth was theirs too, you know. But provoking consternation in others through no particular effort of my own is, if not a talent, then a calling, perhaps. Anyway, I don't bother people on purpose, but I notice it happens by accident a lot. I don't feel responsible, though. Ultimately, everyone is responsible for their own emotional responses, right? That's what I tell myself anyway. I mean, I don't like blame others for the way they feel, but I do blame myself for the way that I feel. You know, I think it is, it's not my way to try to blame other people for the way that I feel, even if I feel that they have provoked me into being upset. Ultimately, I'm mad at myself for allowing myself to feel anything at all, as that is against the principles. You can't ever become the Buddha if you get mad all the time, after all. I assume the Buddha would spend most of his time playing Geometry Dash. I don't want to learn anything that's going to make me not think that's true. Just a normal person. Hello, hello. Hello, Gulchin. How's it going? I have not beaten Club Step or Theory of Everything 2. Club Step, I beat it on practice after like 2,600 attempts and said, oh, I can't do that. Well, thank you for your good luck wishes. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I agree that I'm bad, but I don't, like, it's probably not productive for me to say it. If it makes you feel better to point it out, I mean, feel free to. I don't want you to be like, you can't repeat what I say. I do endeavor to only say out loud on the channel things that could be repeated by people, hopefully with the context that I am joking, if it is just a joke. Like if I talk about, you know, like, children working at a restaurant, child labor is actually very bad and not funny, you know. But sometimes a joke about it can feel funny. And really, you know, they're all legal to work as far as the state of Arkansas is concerned, right? It does them some good to learn how to get yelled at for making salads wrong or whatever. but, like, I don't... No one ever knows why anyone does anything, right? And I don't know why people watch me. Not really. I don't, like, ask, because how self-serving is that? But I imagine it's because they don't mind seeing me be bad at games. I imagine if they want to see somebody be good at Geometry Dash, they wouldn't come here. That's just what I think. I don't think you could watch for very long and have the feeling that this person in front of you with the wonderful mustache is, like, talented at this game or anything. But yes, it is not a level request stream. I don't mind people requesting levels, except in the way that, like, just don't say it more than one time, because I'm never gonna go. I should probably put that in the rules. Don't ever ask me for anything. Look, and it goes both ways, right? I'm not going to ever ask you guys for stuff. I don't believe in that. I'm not going to tell you what to do with your time. But I also won't do what you ask me to do unless I've asked you first. I know this is like a bunch more people than I normally get, so you don't know what my personality is like, but there's a reason most people don't like me. They find me unpleasant. I don't mind. Hello, Scry. Hello, Zitrick. No rec? Is that the thing to do? Okay. All right. I guess putting it in the title would be good. But I did do a level request stream last night, a level recommendation stream, and it was very nice, except in the way where I felt like everyone was giving me levels that were too hard. But I did see a bunch of really cool stuff, and I am interested in doing that again. But not as interested as I am in failing at the exact same part of Hexagon Force over and over again. Because that is the title. And I am laser focused on maintaining the fidelity of the title of the stream. No, there's a comment I got on a video not too long ago, and they were like, for someone as old as you're actually pretty good. And I thought that was very sweet. You know, that was a very nice thing for a person to say. It's like they're understanding that I am an old person. Nah, I'm just playing. I think of myself as being like 6 years old most of the time, just like terrifyingly tall and strong for a 6-year-old. But, you know. I was never that desirous to grow up the way other people did. Although I did try to pretend for some years. It led to mainly misery. As I say all the time, you're the only person that has to be you every day, so try to not too much do what other people want for you, because they don't have to be you, only you do. And failing at video games all day long is apparently what I want in life. After all, I could stop at any time if I wanted. Yeah, I'm 38. So, like, a proper geezer for the the Geometry Dash crowd, which humorously I pronounced as Jeezer right at the beginning of my victorious Death Moon run. Which, as I said it, I was like, am I going to stop and say that I know how to pronounce Geezer right? Because, I was just glancing out of the corner of my eye at chat whenever it was going down. But now it's immortalized in a victorious run. Well, such as it is. Immortal! A relic of the digital age, a true artifact of American culture. My Death Moon victory. Yeah, no, I'm 38. You say I look 25? Well, how nice of you to say. The older people get, the more they want to look young. No, I'm just playing. I'm not sensitive about my age. I am cheerful. But yes, I do agree that I look relatively young. I'm sort of surprised by it. I never thought I was gonna get this old, right? But I always imagined that I would look like more old if I did get this old. So it's pretty funny. I of course did not always have a mustache. I never thought I would become a man with a mustache, but I was shaving my beard one day and I thought it was super funny looking, and it was. And then later it occurred to me that it's a great mustache. After all, who does not remember the iconic mustache and human nose disguised with the glasses? Now, I don't have glasses, but I do have a human nose. And I figured with the addition of a mustache, even without the glasses, no one would ever be able to see me again. I would be totally and efficiently concealed within my own body. And that's great, that's what I've been working with since then. I really like my mustache. I accidentally did a couple months ago. It was pretty sad, but I grew another one. Or rather, I grew the same one again. I often go off about the mustache. I really like it. Ah. As I could say, the Death Moon stream looked peaceful. Thank you, thank you. I clap you say I'm only 1 year older than EVW. Yeah, I hear about him a lot. People are always people are comparing me to him. I guess he is bald too. Hycop, you asked for I'm planning on doing another level request stream. Yeah, absolutely. Not sure when, but it was pretty fun. I don't know. It was kind of stressful in a lot of ways because it's like, everybody wants their thing to get seen, so there's more sort of spamming behavior in chat than you normally want to see. And then also there's stuff if somebody made a level, I want to give it a fair shake, and see some of it. But sometimes they're very frustrating or too hard or whatever, and then I'm like, oh, I was only on that for 3 minutes, and I don't want to disappoint people or whatever. But I feel often like I'm not good enough at the game to do the level requests. Probably should put a stipulation in the next one that I don't want any troll levels, and then chat can protect me from them. Because in that one, I did say that anything was fine, and people took advantage of that to, have me play anything. So really, it was my own fault for not realizing the internet would try to be funny. Blast processing? I've beat blast processing, actually. It's Dash and electrodynamics that I've not beat besides Hexagon Force, and then all of the unlockable demons I've also not beaten. But yeah, no, I beat, Finger Dash and Blast Processing and Geometrical Dominator, I think is the name of it, and those that were like there at the end. But not Dash. I got really frustrated with Dash. As soon as the spider started walking around on the wall, I was like, nope, you lost me. Deadlocked is one of the coin levels. I have not even played it. I can't even unlock it. It took everything I could do to just unlock Club Step. Just normal person, you say I've got some really good ship skills for someone who hasn't beat Hexagon Force yet? Well, I have beat Shiver and Death Moon, and they are both levels that require a decent amount of ship play, I would say. And so I sort of honed my skills there, right? Because if you're not familiar with Shiver, the very beginning of it is a ship section that's pretty tricky. Not like mega tricky, but pretty tricky, I think. And I definitely improved a great deal whenever I was doing my 2000 so mod attempts there. Yeah, alright. Okay. Now that we're through, all we gotta do is everything. Nah, man! Botched it. Terrible. Terrible. Alright, how many more hundreds of attempts until we can get there again? Man. That part's like the easy part of that duel anyway, but hey, at least we got the proof of concept, right? No. I really thought we were going to get it there. Blah. Terrible. Nope. We'll get through it again one of these days. You just gotta believe. Whoops. Ah, bad. Ah, man, terrible. I waited too long to jump. I thought I was supposed to wait there, but I waited too long again. Poor performance indeed. But one of these days we'll get past it. Maybe another 100 attempts. Nope. Whoops. Ah. Yeah, alright. No, no! I went the wrong way. The blue one was on the wrong side. Terrible. It'll take us so long to do that again. So long. I've done the first 40% like 20 times. Maybe more than that. I probably died at 40 like 50 times maybe? Maybe. It's been a lot, right? Like a whole lot. We've got it past it, what, 3 times? Hello, okay again. Hello, Lisic. Will I come back to Club Step later? Oh, I don't know. Maybe eventually. Not. I want to play some other easy demon or stuff after I finish up the other insane levels. Club Step, I still have an incredibly bad feeling left over from playing it. It had several series of things mainly involving a ship that I found just incredibly unpleasant to play and that I felt like I learned nothing from, and I just didn't leave the level thinking, man, I want to play this again. Terrible. Hey, players in. Try Tidal Wave one day? I've already tried Tidal Wave, but I didn't beat it. Duckies, you say I should try Amethyst one day? I tried Amethyst yesterday. Aside from the first jump, I did fine. I think I could have beat the whole thing if it weren't for not being able to get past the first jump. Nah. Nope. Hey, Z. But that's a terrible time to say go. We get to 33% like all the time. You want to get everybody excited just so we'll die at 40% again? Good luck on Tidal Wave landing. Leniakea? Lenaki? I can't figure out where the syllables are supposed to be. If you hit the steamer before the monster in the ship, you fly over that thing, you have invisible spikes. I don't. I only understand some of those words. Yeah, I have beat 5 demons. I beat Nightmare, Lightning Road, Shiver, Platinum Adventures, and Death Moon. But that's what led me back here. I started playing demons because this level was too hard. I got only to 40% or so on practice, right at the part I can't do, and after failing a couple hundred times, I was just like, whatever, I'll play a demon instead. But the trajectory of life has led me back here to fail a couple thousand times today. Hello, Natumum. I don't play with music. No, I'm afraid of copyright stuff. The first thing I do before I stream any game on YouTube is I look up on Reddit if anyone's ever gotten in trouble for streaming the game sounds and music. And if they have, I just either don't play the game or I change the soundtrack. Ah, bad. Ah, bad, bad, bad. Bad. Oh, I've practiced that part several hundred times. I just never got any better at it. Like, I had a checkpoint in front of it. Like, we've done like a couple like 38 to 100s in the stream, and several where we got through it and did a big chunk. I just it didn't help. Every time I got through, I didn't learn anything, and every time I died, I didn't learn anything. But I did prove to myself that I could occasionally get through and then beat the level afterward, which led me to think I should just play the game. I have every bit a better chance of getting through there and beating it as I do playing it for another 500 attempts and learning something, which wasn't happening at all. Nope. Well, every other part of the level, I did practices on, you know, each part that demanded it, and I got better at all of them, except that part where I got absolutely no better at all at it the whole time. But I did get through a bunch, and that made me think, good enough. Just treat it like an RNG thing, you know, 2% of the time you get through. That means all you got to do is play 5,000 times, and you'll probably be able to beat it, right? So here we are on attempt, like, you know, 2,000, 2394. Just Slaughterhouse already been there. I knew people would just ignore the title if we changed it, but it still makes me feel better, because now I can point to the sign like a bus driver. Don't make me tap the sign. Yep, just 3K more to go. Exactly, Natasha, exactly. Because failure only matters if you're keeping score. So I guess it does matter because the game keeps score. A bad example. Ah, bad. Do I know who EMP is? I do not. Someone asked what my setup is. I've got a 14 series i9 4080 Super and 64 gigabytes of RAM. Oh! Keyboard and mouse. I use a controller. An Xbox controller for my input. I have a keyboard and mouse, which I will happily tell you the specs of. I have an MMO mouse and a Rosewell mechanical keyboard. I love my keyboard. I love it so much. But due to my nerve problems and issues, I can't really do that much index finger motion because of how it aggravates. So I've had surgery, but you know it doesn't 100% fix everything, right? So the controller inputs, although I am better when I play with a mouse, I can only play for a brief period of time. I certainly cannot play for hours. So that's why I use the controller. But the keyboard's a Roseville RK 9000 V2BR, and I love it very much. I've had this keyboard for like 9 years. It's a particularly fine keyboard, you know, no frills, no bells, no whistles. It comes in the color black, my favorite color, and has done everything I've ever needed. It lived through me playing classic WoW, which is quite the punishment for any keyboard input, and through many other travails. If you want a if you want a mechanical keyboard, yeah, Roseville RK 9000. But anyway, I'm just a fan. You know, obviously they're not paying me to say how much I love my keyboard or anything. I just think they're very good and wholeheartedly recommend them. The controller is an Xbox controller. It's fine. Nah. Man. Will I ever beat this level? I mean, probably, right? Because it's not hard. It's just that one part I can't do. Who is better? Hatsube, Miku, don't know them. Or Kasane, Teto, don't know them. I've seen one of those words, but I think the first name is spelled differently. But I'm not familiar with their work. I've just seen memes with their name in it and stuff. It's one of those like the lo-fi girl beats to study / sleep / relax to, because I love me some lo-fi hip-hop. You think she's ever gonna pass that test, I think she will. I think with some careful studying and the flick of her cat's tail, Lo-Fi Girl will get an A, or full marks, whatever the rating system is in her native land. Hatsune Miku, I've heard of them. I don't like. This is gonna sound very out of touch. I don't know like why they're famous. I think they're a musician. I know that there are memes about them. I don't want to get into it, but about them creating a certain popular video game because people don't like the creator of it. That's where I hear their name all the time. Like just like jokes people make in video essays and stuff. But I don't know if they are like a video game developer that I haven't heard of or whatever. But no, I've seen the name. I just don't. I wouldn't recognize them if I saw them or anything like that. They could be walking down the street, unless they're not a real person, in which case they couldn't be. But I wouldn't know the first thing about their appearance. The name sounds Japanese-ish. That might be ignorant. It sounds like it could be, but I don't know. I know like how a few of the countries over there's names are structured, and it sounds more like a Japanese name. It's not a Korean name, right? It's not. And it doesn't seem like a Chinese name, but it could be, I guess. It seems, yeah, but anyway. A Vocaloid, a digital voice that people can do music with. Oh, okay. Oh, I was just talking about people were answering all of these questions. Okay. So I would not see them walking down the road. Yeah, so it's sort of like the phonemes you would associate with a Japanese name, but it may not necessarily be like a name that people would get. I get that, yeah. It just shows what I know about the broader culture. I'm like, yeah, it's a name. I assumed it was like a musician, right? Like the only thing I can definitively say about them is that they're not a member of Blackpink. Blah. Terrible. Hello, Milo. How's it going? Stop breathing. Shouldn't you say, how far do I think I'll go? I don't know. Just keep on playing it and see where it takes me. Tripler, you ask, am I going to be an extreme one day? I mean, I doubt it. I doubt it. I'm very bad. You may be noticing. Chocolate, you asked if I listened to Playboy Cardi. Not on purpose. That sounds rude. I'll repeat it. Not on purpose. It's not my style. Some dude was playing it at work, and I was like, can we put on Bone Thugs and Harmony, please? I'm an old person, so... In rap, as in many things, I have the taste of an old person. And I'm like, why don't you kids want to listen to Shook One's Volume 2 with me? Back in my day, we liked Mobb Deep, or whatever. Whatever the topic is of the day. I'm 38. What do I think about Eminem? A masterful rapper, a great talent. I don't listen to him in my spare time, although I liked him quite a lot when he debuted. not as much as I like. So Bone Thugs and Harmony was my favorite rap group growing up, you know, like from like 95 or so on, right? Because I loved Biggie a whole lot, but like I loved Bone. Me and all my friends would hang out and listen to him just constantly, you know, like we had all of the CDs that we had conned people into buying for us because our parents didn't want us to have them, you know, all of that kind of thing. Uh, we 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 got the CDs and then we put them onto cassette decks. We literally buried our stash of Bone cassettes in case the parents found some of them and got rid of them, because we could copy them to other ones, and we knew that if they went through our stuff they might find them. So like one of our friends it might still be there for all I know. We never had to get it, but we thought it was very clever at the time. We put it in a box in the backyard, right? But yeah, no, I'm old. But no, there's a lot of like musical artists where, both in rap and in other disciplines, where I'm like, wow, they're really good at doing the music, but I still don't like it, right? And I won't shout out a bunch of examples of it because, you know, why make them catch the strays, as they say. But they're out there. You know, there's a bunch of people that I think are very technically good. I guess a better thing is like the whole genre of opera, which I do think is very beautiful. I haven't like been to an opera. I'm like a musical theater kind of guy. I'm a lowbrow dude, you know. But I mean, it's awesome. But like, I can't just like sit around and listen to them sing their opera songs like all day, right? Like I don't dig it. The fact that they're incredibly good at it, just like so much better at it than everybody else, it doesn't inspire me to want to listen to it. You know, I'm just like, wow, what a good job, you know, but I don't think, man, this is going to be my morning ride in the car to work song or anything. So, you know, and artists like that, you know, art's not a talent show. Sometimes being the best at something is not going to get you critical or acclaim or other kinds of acclaim, you know. But of course, the expertise is its own reward. Bad. Yeah, Natasha, the no digital copy times. Look, this is before the website known as Napster, which I still remember how I learned about. So my sister went to college, right? And my oldest sister, and she wrote me a letter, a real letter that arrived in the mail, and she was like, "You are gonna be so excited. You, in a way that is totally not legally actionable, can go to this website and download songs, theoretically." She used all of those words, which makes it a fine story to tell. Not guilty, y'all got to feel me. And how did I beat stereo madness? Very carefully. Ah. Man. I should try out Unnerved Sacrament Circles. I think I played that last night. If memory serves, I got to 3%. I made it past the first jump. All you had to do was hold. And then there was like an input past that I totally got like at least once. It's all documented in the stream. I think it was 3%. It could have just been 1 for all I know. But I think it was 3 because there's like a little pathway going up. It might have been just regular Sacrament Circles, not like it might not have been the unnerved one. I don't know. It was just called Sacrament Circles. Yeah, I mean, I didn't get further than a couple of jumps in. There was a very big pillar at the beginning, and you just had to hold at the beginning, and then you sort of like jumped on. It looked like an invisible like foothold on the side. It was definitely underneath the top of the pillar, and then you could flick over it, and then there were a couple more inputs to do, and I did like 1 or 2 of them. Yeah, it was an insane difficulty one for sure. No, it was definitely Sakupin Circles. I remember the name of it. But yeah, someone recommended that last night. You know, people like to have their fun. But I figure after long enough of doing some requests, I'll just be able to recognize all of the strings. Winds go, you don't want to do it until like 42%. Wherever the duel goes into the dual ships, because that's the part I can't do right. Any time we get past there, we might just beat the level. But you should look forward to me not getting there a lot. Normally I do better than that. Yeah, so I die here like all the time. I believe I am a year older than EVW is, from what people say. Yeah, I'm glad you're having a good time. But yeah, no, I'm 38, and I believe people told me that he's like 37 or something. As you may expect, not all old people know each other, and I'm actually not acquainted with him. But I believe he's younger than me. That's what people have said. But yeah, no, we've definitely done a lot of practice. I need to take another short break. I finished my Mountain Dew, and I need to get another one. So I'll be back in like 2.5, 3 minutes, guys. If you're still here whenever I return, awesome, and we'll get right back to more Hexagon Force. All right. Oh wow, there's so many people that are talking while I was gone. But yeah, I've beat 5 demons, guys. I've beat Death Moon, Shiver, Platinum Adventures, The Nightmare, and Lightning Road. Hello, Tom. Yeah, you say Demon Mixed next. There's some reason why I didn't do Demon Mixed but I don't remember. I've played it, and then I was like, I don't like it for whatever reason. But, alright, back to the grind. Nope. The dual ship I do not consider hard at all, actually. Once I learned like what to do with it, I now consider it to be pretty easy. I think I died on it, but it's like I flipped them a direction that I didn't normally expect to. But I did a bunch of practice on it, and it got to where if we got to the ship part, we basically always got through it. But there, right there, I just die. Just always die. But not always. We'll get through eventually. Probably. Yeah, I consistently get to 40% and die. And I consistently get to basically the end of the level if I get past 40% if I'm practicing from, 38%. It's just doing both of them together. Because I think it's only like, 4 or 5 times we've even gotten past 40% in a live run. And we've definitely got there at least 30 times. It's probably more like 50 now. Where we're dying at like 39 or 40. Because it's all the time. But, like the 500 practices earlier, didn't make us any better at it. Not one bit. Normally I can tell. And right there I could tell too, like I was not improving. Bad. Nope. Yeah, all I ever do is die there. It's all I do. Yeah, I know I'm supposed to wait to the end of the platform. The thing is like I'm very bad, and you perhaps don't appreciate that. You will. So every time I try to wait longer, I just don't hit it at all and die. And if it seems like that's a me problem, well, so are all of these failures. As I sometimes humorously say, I either hit the button too early or too late. I'm not sure which. Hey, Evan. But yeah, it's that was the part that made me quit the level in the first place. And if I give up again, then that'll be why. But I've not decided to give up yet. I'm sanguine about it. I'm the color of night. Ah, bad. Bad. Evan, you asked if we're gonna do Minecraft. I mean, not in this stream. It's basically only ever one game per stream is my general way of doing things. I guess I could theoretically not do that, but usually it's like if I get to a winding down point with some game, I either want to take a nap or eat something, you know, and not like pick up another game and get into that. Because like I don't want to say I'll forget to eat. That's not right. But I will delay it considerably if I'm too much in a game, you know. Like, one day I played Stardew for like 13 hours, and like, you know, I ate before and after, but I probably should have eaten in the middle. Probably. That was a great day. That was the day that I learned if you stream for more than 12 hours in a row on YouTube, YouTube will automatically cut it down to 11 hours and 59 minutes. I never thought I would do that, and then I got so into Stardew. Man, what a great game. It still is a great game. I reached all the points where I felt like I had anything interesting to say about it, so I started streaming other stuff instead. Blah. My favorite game mode? Probably ball. Usually, if I'm playing a level and there's like a ball section, I also really like Spider and little dinosaur robot frog machine robot guy. I like him a lot too. But if I'm like playing a level and there's a ball section, I'm usually like, all right, yeah, this is gonna be good. And then sometimes it's really hard with like, you know, and then I don't feel so great about it. But normally I see him and I think, all right, this, at least now we've got ball, and like I like the momentum of ball like tends to make a lot more sense to me than some of the other stuff does. Have I heard of Anathema? Yeah, that's the shadow damage staff that you get instead of Benediction for the Priest quest in Placid WoW. Or the nickname for the Emperor in 40k. I know it's also a level in this game. I've heard of it, but not been. Anything with a fancy name like that, Anathema, Acheron, you know, all that, I just know that it's going to be a level far beyond my abilities. If there's a level called Benediction, it's probably too hard as well. I appreciate that, Ishan. Look, I've done practice on it a lot. Not in any way that's productive. Too late. Avernus, Tartarus, Wazaretta. Exactly, all of those words. Yeah, you guys are gonna be so sad waiting for me to do that. I thought I was doing what I was supposed to do there, but I died anyway. That's the story of my Geometry Dash life. I'm like, oh, surely this time. Wrong, 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 wrong. Ta, you're referring to the great song by Blink-182 off their third album? Yeah, good stuff. Massive Blink-182 fan. My favorite album is Dude Ranch. But there was some good stuff going on for several years there, of course, I thought. If you haven't seen it, there's an internet band channel kind of thing called Postmodern Jukebox. But there's this dude called Puddles, I think, the sad clown. He's like 6'6" or 8 or something, and he's got this most wonderful voice. But anyway, he did a Postmodern Jukebox for all the small things, and it's really just heartbreakingly beautiful, a wonderful rendition of it. So if you like that song, maybe check that out. It's so good. Of course, like as a Blink-182 fan, I don't like go around listening to all the small things basically at all, but it's a very good cover. A very good cover. What main levels do I still have to complete? There's this and Electrodynamics and Dash, and then the 3 unlockable demon levels, of which I have only unlocked Club Step, and am unlikely to ever beat. Nope. I've listened to Travis Scott, not extensively. There was that year when he played at the Super Bowl or whatever, and everybody wanted it to be the SpongeBob song "Sweet Victory," and I listened to a couple of his songs then because I hadn't really heard of them. I thought they sounded, like okay. I thought they were fine. He's not like somebody that I still like seek out to listen to or anything. I don't know how his career is going now, but yeah, I thought it was like it was decent hip hop. It was fine. There was one of the songs had like a ton of samples in it. It must have had like 50 different like changes and tempo and musicality and all this stuff going on. Oh, what was the name of it? He rode around in a horse in the music video at one point. Anyway, but I thought the song was okay. It featured. Anyway, I'm not trying to get into it. It featured a person that I don't like particularly much as an artist, but I'm not going to go into it. My man Kendrick already did a send up of the feelings that I think everybody should always have had. But anyway, but the rest of the song I thought was pretty good. Blah. My favorite Kendrick song is Money Trees. But Sing About Me, I'm Dying of Thirst is definitely way up there as well, I think. But like Money Trees, except for the voicemail at the end, which sucks and shouldn't be a part of the track. Dr. Dre, you have done a great disservice to the world with your insistence on voicemails. Just wanted to say it again. But except for that, I think Money Trees is essentially an utterly perfect rap song. Just the toppest of top tiers. I remember where I was at when I heard it. I had already been somewhat familiar with Kendrick, but I heard that and I was like, I had already thought like, this guy is extraordinary. And then I heard that I was like, oh, this might be the greatest rap song. Now, it's not my top rap song, but if somebody said they thought it was the greatest one, I would not argue with them, and I would think good taste. Certified, you ask if I beat Death Moon? Yes, 735 attempts, and I beat it. My favorite song of all time, Rachmaninoff's Concerto No. 2. When you listen to Concerto No. 2, you'll know why. It's sort of cheating to use like a long song like that, but it is. It's my favorite song. There's a performance by Van Cliburn with the Chicago Symphony Orchestra that I have on vinyl, and it's a particularly great rendition. The symphony in it is wonderful. So yeah, if you want. I don't think it's the greatest version, but it is the version that they had a record for at the record store, right? So that's the one that I have. My favorite main level is Clutterfunk. What demon will I beat next? Not main level. I haven't decided on one to target exactly. There's this one from the level recommendation stream last night, though. It was super long, which makes me not want to put it as the thing that I target, but it was super beautiful. I really, really liked it aesthetically. It was an easy demon. I don't remember the name of it, but I favorited it so that I could find it quickly. But the creator was in the stream, or one of the creators, I guess. They said they and some friends had worked on it together. But blah. You say at least I'm not dying to the first ship anymore? Oh, well. Astrolith, yes. Yes, that's exactly it. It was made by a person called like Arcrix or Alarix or something. It started with an A, it had an X at the end, and either an R or an L or a C, but definitely an I in the middle. And what song is this right now? It's in the YouTube audio library. It is called Swimming Lessons by Bail Bonds. It's so the YouTube has a whole library of songs called the audio library or creator music or whatever that anyone who makes a video can just like listen to while they're doing it, and that's what all my stuff is through. If you look in the video description or underneath it, I believe it automatically populates them. So if you're ever curious and you're like, man, that was a cool song, and you think about it later, that's a way that you can find it. And often I won't know, or I'll like be in the middle of something and the song will change, and it's just like on random in my iTunes, so I can't go back and find it. But that's a way that if you see one, you can. Which is great, because I often think, man, this is an amazing song, and like I want to credit them, but it's all automatically done by YouTube. My hardest is Death Moon. Do I play any other games? Yeah. So I stream also hardcore Minecraft, and I have a peaceful Minecraft world with a lot of wheat in it. If you check out my wheat field to plug some of my other work, just check it out. See why I'm smiling. If you see how much wheat I have, it's probably more than you think I have. And then I also have played like some other games. I was just playing Oblivion Remastered. I played a New Vegas playthrough. But right now, the only things I've been streaming the last bit of time is Oblivion Remastered and Minecraft and Geometry Dash. But I've played a few games. I have a playlist called My Mustache and Me that's for like the first game I play of any game on the channel. I think I've probably only played like 15 games in total, right? But you can find like the first one of the gameplays there, so you can like see the complete list of games that way. I don't know how cluttered the playlist screen is, but that's like a different way you could do it to see. But yeah, it's usually just Minecraft, but I got the bug for Geometry Dash again a little bit ago, because I had just been playing other stuff, and then targeted Death Moon, and then played like a bunch of Geometry Dash trying to conquer that, and then I'm getting so much attention and praise and occasionally people's frustration and insults, and so it's hard to look away, right? Having a great time. Just give me a second, guys. I gotta figure out what went on with this. It looks like it's zoomed in. Oh man. What's going on? It's broken. Man, what happened? My OBS is like busted. I don't. Okay, I think we're back. Yeah. My OBS was like all frozen up. Sorry about that, guys. I'm not very good at this. Oh, what is going on? What on earth? My monitor. What happened? What happened? The colors are different. What? Oh, that's so weird. So I have maybe the brightness on my monitor like reset. I think the power flashed and maybe yeah, cuz sorry guys. I gotta try to work this out real quick. Cuz I have the color temperature of my main monitor turned down so that it's not like painfully bright on me, and it's all wrong now. Oh, great. Awesome. Oh, I feel sick. Oh, okay, just breathe. I'm having some issues here, guys. Oh, and now just give me a second. I'm gonna go get a pen so I can think, and I'll be right back. If y'all leave, I'll totally understand. I don't know what's going on with my setup here. All right. All right. So like zoomed in weird, and the brightness is wrong. The brightness is so wrong. Either that or my brain got smacked. It's got to be the brightness. It has to be. I wouldn't just imagine it, would I? I don't think I would. Contrast somewhere? Why would it even happen? I don't. All right, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm so confused by why all of this just happened all of a sudden. I'm gonna, yeah, I think y'all are right. I'm just gonna take a break. I'm gonna try to sort this out, and then maybe we'll be back tonight with something else. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. You know, I wanted to keep on playing, but this is It is stressing me out. I have to figure out. I gotta figure out what's going on with my monitor here, and doing it while all of you are waiting, probably not the most, polite thing to do. So thank you all for watching and listening. I really appreciate you being here, and sorry to cut it off abruptly. I really hoped to beat that level today. Maybe we still will. Maybe I'll figure it out and be back in an hour or something. But anyway, perhaps I'll see you in another streamer video. Bye, Natasha. Bye, Evan. Bye, Players In. Bye, everyone. It's so nice to meet you if it's your first time. Have a good night, and maybe I'll be back in an hour and a half or so, or a little later. But anyway, later.